distinguished guests. There's coffee and tea and something to eat outside, so feel free to help yourself. But the conference facilities don't allow it to be had inside. So please grab yourself something quickly before we start. Thank you.
kwa pale.
Ngoja niwaambie. Unayo Okay. Mbona kama nasikika? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I call this 17th Ministerial Round Table to order. I would like to welcome all of you, as they say in Tanzania, karibuni sana. And so we can start. This Ministerial Roundtable of the eLearning Africa Conference is a very crucial one, and it's one of a kind because it is the only part of the conference segment where policymakers are able to have their own roundtable and to really get into the subject matter of the day. It's very much billed as something where policymakers can have their own discussions on their own terms. So we have a very interesting lineup for you. We have experts and partners of eLearning Africa that will also share with you some experiences that hopefully you as ministers will take away and benefit from. So without further ado, let me start officially. Let me start by recognizing the Honorable Minister, Professor Adolf Mkenda, who is our host here in Tanzania. A round of applause for him. Honorable Ministers represented from all over Africa and their representatives. Mr. Michel Toto, head of the UNESCO office here in Tanzania and partner to eLearning Africa. We really would like to officially welcome you. So let me start by inviting Honorable Minister to address this conference. He being the host, it will be important for us to hear from him. We know he is a very busy man. He's Minister of Education, Science and Technology here in Tanzania. And the ministry is responsible for overseeing the entire education sector from pre-primary to university level, as well as promoting the advancement of science, technology, and innovation across the country. Huge, huge portfolios in their own right, which makes him a very important man. Before his current appointment, Honorable Mkenda served as the Minister of Agriculture. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of Gothenburg in Sweden and was previously an Associate Professor of Economics at the University of Dar es Salaam. Prior to entering politics in 2020, Honorable Mkenda held several senior positions within the government. He served as Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, and the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Investment. And he had the privilege to serve as the Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please welcome our host. You can say it. Yeah? Oh, you can go. Which one do you prefer? Okay. All right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aida Opoku-Mensah, our chair today. I recognize the presence of Michel Toto and Rebecca Strohmeyer, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to warmly welcome you to the eLearning Africa Ministerial Round Table. We are deeply honored by your presence and your shared commitment to advancing digital learning and inclusive development across the continent. Information and communication technology and digital transformation are not merely tools. They are powerful enablers of progress across all sectors of society. In education, they provide unprecedented opportunities to expand access, personalize learning, and equip our youth with the skills they need for the future. Beyond education, ICT is revolutionizing healthcare, agriculture, governance, industry, driving efficiency, innovation, and inclusive growth. When harnessed strategically, digital transformation can unlock Africa's full potential and accelerate our journey towards sustainable development. To fully realize these benefits, it is essential that we cultivate an enabling policy environment, one that is inclusive, forward-looking, and responsive to technological change. This means adopting policies that promote digital equity, safeguard data privacy, foster innovation, and attract investment in digital infrastructure. A strong and supportive policy framework provides the foundation for sustainable digital growth while ensuring that transformation is guided by the principles of accessibility, accountability, and sustainability. As leaders from diverse regions, your experiences and insights are vital to shaping practical, inclusive policies that reflect local realities while advancing national and continental goals. I encourage open, solution-driven dialogue that strengthens collaboration and inspires collective action. Honorable Ministers, a critical pillar of digital transformation is the development of a skilled and technically proficient workforce. This demands deliberate investments in STEM education, digital literacy from an early age, and robust technical and vocational training. We must also cultivate an ecosystem that fosters innovation and entrepreneurship. Equally important is the identification and nurturing of exceptional talents by providing scholarships and opportunities for advanced studies in top universities in Africa and beyond, with opportunities for apprenticeship in technology companies. These individuals will serve not only as innovators, but also as role models and change agents in their communities and countries. Expanding access to digital infrastructure and devices is equally essential. Without reliable internet connectivity, affordable digital tools, and foundational infrastructure such as electricity and data centers, millions, especially in the rural and under-served areas, will remain excluded from digital opportunities. Bridging this divide is key to education progress, innovation, and improved service delivery. To accelerate impact and maximize investment, Africa must embrace collaborative approaches, sharing infrastructure, innovation facilities, and critical human resources across borders to create regional synergies. Honorable Ministers, as we advance our digital agenda, it is also imperative that we prioritize research, innovation, and commercialization of locally developed digital solutions. Africa is rich with talent and creativity. Supporting homegrown innovations ensures that digital technologies are tailored to our unique contexts. Strengthening research institutions, innovation hubs, and tech entrepreneurship will drive local economic development and reinforce our digital sovereignty. In this effort, the private sector must be recognized as vital partners. We must adopt strategies that encourage investment, reduce regulatory barriers, and foster public-private partnerships that fuel innovation and scale up the impact. Beyond the education sector, emerging technologies include artificial intelligence, machine learning, and big data are becoming indispensable tools for sustainable development. These innovations are transforming agriculture, healthcare, governance, and entrepreneurship by enhancing decision-making, optimizing resources, and delivering more efficient and inclusive services. They are not only boosting productivity, but also creating new forms of work and connecting our citizens to global markets. In this context, today's roundtable is more than a dialogue. It is a strategic platform to align our efforts and chart a bold, coordinated path forward. As I conclude, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to fully harness the potential of digital and emerging technologies to transform our societies. The future will not wait. We must act with urgency, unity, and vision, ensuring our nations are not merely consumers of technology, but active creators and leaders in the digital age. Let us leave this roundtable with renewed purpose, ready to turn our collective aspirations into concrete actions that build resilient digital ecosystems, empower people, and secure a prosperous future for generations to come. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, finally, as I conclude, I warmly encourage you to take some time while you are in Dar es Salaam to experience the city's vibrant culture, historical landmarks, and coastal charm. If your schedule allows, also I invite you to explore some of Tanzania's world-renowned attractions, including Zanzibar, the Serengeti, Mount Kilimanjaro, the Ngorongoro crater, to mention but few. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome. May this gathering spark bold ideas, foster strong partnership, and leave a lasting impact for our people and our future. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your words of wisdom, for your outline of what needs to be done in promoting innovation in science and technology and information communication technology, leading up to the effective use of AI and machine learning. Thank you for that, and I'm sure we will bear all these words in mind as we deliberate from session to session. It is now my honor to invite Michelle Toto, the head of office and the UNESCO representative in the United Republic of Tanzania, a seasoned diplomat appointed to the country in June of 2022 as head of office and rep. He brings over 20 years of international experience in the field of multicultural cooperation. Mr. Toto from Cameroon joined the UNESCO in 1999. He's held various positions in the organization, and has been at the forefront here in Tanzania when he took office at a crucial time in starting the UN Sustainable Development Goal framework or cooperation framework, supporting the advancement of national priorities for the country through UNESCO's core mandates, which is education, natural sciences, culture, social services, communication, and information. Mr. Toto, you have the floor, please.
Asante sana, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Honorable Adolf Mkenda, Minister of Education, Science and Technology of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable ministers here present, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, habari za asubuhi. I'm very pleased to be here today at the Ministerial Round Table of the eLEARNING Africa Conference 2025. I wish to thank Honorable Minister of Education, Science and Technology for his presence here with us today and for his inspiring speech. I also want to extend my appreciation to all individuals and organizations whose efforts have made this event possible. A special thanks to the principal organizer, Rebecca Sommeyer, who is hiding somewhere there. Rebecca, thank you very much for your hard working and for the hard-working team. They have been running this important event for 18 consecutive years and are long-time friends of UNESCO. Thank you again. The theme of this year's eLearning Africa encouraged us to reimagine education for Africa's future. This reimagining is core to UNESCO's educational mission. UNESCO is working with countries across the African continent to help expand access to education and improve its quality and relevance. Technology is, without a doubt, central to this mission. From our headquarters in Paris to our 17 offices throughout Africa, including the office I have the honor and the pleasure to lead here in Tanzania, we are working with our member states to maximize the educational potentials of new technologies, including artificial intelligence. We are at the same time working to mitigate the considerable challenges and risks these technologies introduce in our education systems and societies at large. At UNESCO, we understand that technology is as a set of tools that can enrich human relationships rather than replace them. We see technology as working in harmony with schools and teachers rather than trying to take them out of the picture. This is one of the reasons we like this conference. It provides stakeholders across the African continent a venue to explain not only how, but why, when, where, and towards what ends they are leveraging technology for education. We look forward to sharing with you and learning from you this afternoon and in the day ahead. To help frame and advance our discussion, I will first share information about the educational challenges we are facing here in Africa. Next, I will encourage countries to think about the digital transformation of education by paying attention to connectivity, capacities, and content. In this segment, I will invite countries to join the Gateways to Public Digital Learning initiative that UNESCO runs cooperatively with UNICEF and some of the important work we do on open educational resources. To finish, I will explain some of the ways UNESCO is working to help its member states in Africa and beyond to ensure technology is an educational ally. In this segment, I will mention some of the guidelines and frameworks that we have developed and are likely to be used to you. Let me start with the status of education in Africa. I wish to begin by calling attention to the big progress that have been made over the decades. Today, more Africans are literate than ever before. More Africans attend school than at any point in the past. And today, large numbers of people have digital skills that they use to learn, to advance their livelihoods, and for other empowering purposes. This progress is commendable. It is also unfinished. Large gaps remains, as we know. And these gaps are at risk of growing larger as we enter a new area of uncertainty about the development, economic arrangements, peace and security, and the future of multilateralism. Even through some of the figures I will mention here are likely to be familiar to the people in this room, they are worth repeating because they help show us the work that remains to be done. Presently, large numbers of African children remain out of school. The latest UNESCO numbers available from 2021 show that 64 million children were out of school in primary and lower secondary levels. We know that quality education remains a challenge and that some students who are in school are not always learning basic numeracy and literacy skills. The quality of learning depends on the quality of teaching, and there is a serious shortage of qualified teachers. According to UNESCO data, 15 million qualified teachers need to be recruited in Africa by 2030 to achieve the SDG 4. In sub-Saharan Africa, 9 million young people are currently unemployed. In addition, 26% of young people in Africa were not in employment, education, or training in 2024. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, at UNESCO, we remind that education is the best investment a country can make in its development and future success. Given the demographic changes on the way, the time to start making this investment is not tomorrow, it's now, it's today. Let me now turn my attention to the digital transformation of education. At the Transforming Education Summit, by the UN in 2022, countries agreed that unlocking the transformative potential of digital learning requires 3 keys that are connectivity, capacity, and content. These 3 C's are to unlock the potential of digital learning and the Gateway Initiative. You don't need me, I think, to tell you about the importance of the first 2 keys, connectivity and capacities, as you know them. We know there are gaps, and UNESCO is working in concert with many other organizations to solve them. While challenges in connectivity and capacities concern education, they also transcend it. There are challenges that encompass a wide range of sectors. But what about content, the 3rd C? At the summit, countries agreed that educational content tends to be forgotten or neglected. This is ironic, as it is the only key under the full responsibility of education authorities. This is why UNESCO, together and our sister UNICEF, established the Gateways to Public Digital Learning Initiative. It is the only global initiative dedicated to ensuring that all students, teachers, and families have access to high-quality, well-organized, and curriculum-aligned digital education content. All countries represented here are encouraged to join this important initiative. Doing so is simple and requires no financial commitment. Once you join, you will have numerous opportunities to learn with and from other countries as we all work within our unique national and sub-national context to ensure that there is their strong digital learning platforms and content to support and enrich education. We are lucky to have with us here this morning our colleague from both UNESCO and UNICEF, Mark West of UNESCO. Mark, he is there, and also our colleague Frank Van Kappel of UNICEF, who are working for. Is it around this morning? No, sorry. Who are working on it. I encourage you to speak to them about how to ensure your country can benefit from this important initiative. In addition to helping countries unlock the 3 keys of digital learning, connectivity, capacity, and content, and with special attention to content, UNESCO is also working to set standards, develop policies, and collect and disseminate data to provide guidance and tools to help government and other stakeholders leverage digital technology for education. First, we are working to set global standards on digital education and establish regulatory frameworks that protect human rights. Secondly, UNESCO has been collaborating with governmental ministries and agencies in more than 60 countries, including many in Africa, to support the development and implementation of the national ICT in education policies. Third, UNESCO is collecting data to identify best practices and guide public policy. Fourth, UNESCO's capacity building work is equipping teachers and learners with the skills to navigate digital environment. Over the past decade, UNESCO has supported 40 countries in establishing digital competency frameworks for teachers. Finally, UNESCO has numerous Africa-focused projects that are helping countries harness technology for education. One of these projects is the ICT Transforming Education in Africa, which has been implemented since 2016, and we are currently working closely with some governments, Namibia, Uganda, and Tanzania, of course, to improve digital education policies, enhance national digital platform, and build teacher capacities to integrate technology in education. UNESCO will host a parallel session during this conference tomorrow in the afternoon to share more about this project, ICT Transforming Education, including the recently released twin artificial intelligence competency frameworks for teachers and students. Finally, I would like to share that UNESCO convenes flagship events such as Digital Learning Weeks, providing a platform to share these insights, foster dialogue, and shape collective action. This year's Digital Learning Week is planned for September 2nd at UNESCO headquarters in Paris under the theme Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Education. And UNESCO invite submission of presentation proposal until 16th of May this month. We encourage your participation and look forward to welcoming you at UNESCO in Paris in September. In conclusion, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, UNESCO will continue working with countries and other partners to ensure that digital changes to education promote progress towards quality, equitable, and inclusive education here in Africa and across the world. I wish you fruitful discussion at the Ministerial Round Table and the eLearning Africa Conference. Thank you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Toto, and for those interesting aspects of the work of UNESCO. And I'm sure in the next coming days, participants will take part in some of the proposed programs that you have just elucidated on. This brings us to the opening keynote address. We would like to thank Honorable Professor Mkenga, Minister Mkenga for his introduction and introductory remarks and welcoming us. He's our host, so we really are very, very thankful for that. And to thank Mr. Michel Toto, also UNESCO, a key partner for eLearning Africa, for their introductory remarks, which sets us up to go into the main sessions for us to discuss. Thank you. Shall we just go straight on?
You go straight on. Yeah,
okay.
So you know that you've changed the orders.
I've changed it. I know. Okay, so we will move to the next section, which is developing skills for the digital workforce. Now, this is an important, often overlooked area for Africa. We are at a very pivotal moment in shaping our digital and economic future. The continent's youthful population is a key advantage. In fact, the only advantage. But only if we are able to equip them with the right skills. And this is what the next session and the speakers will talk about. Digital transformation and the rise of AI require urgent rethinking, not thinking, rethinking of human capital development policies. It is really the bottom line. And before I invite our distinguished speakers, let me just give you some statistics which will help us in this regard. Digital literacy adoption remains extremely low on this continent. In several African countries, Mozambique, 10%, Côte d'Ivoire, 23%. As of 2019. By 2030, Kenya is projected to reach 55% digital skills adoption, up from 30% in 2019. And we have to ask ourselves, how did this 20% jump increase? And we need to start learning from each other. Only 50% of African countries have incorporated computer skills into their school curriculum. Only 50%, compared to 85% globally. So when I started by saying digital literacy adoption remains low, this is what I meant. And around 65% of job vacancies in Africa now require basic digital skills, highlighting an urgent need for reskilling. So digital literacy has to become a universal part of our education policy, embedded in early education and available through public learning platforms. Workforce reskilling and upskilling are essential to remain competitive. Focus on short courses, micro-credentials, and on-the-job training. In fact, as we accelerate towards the fourth industrial revolution, a lot of skills that our people depend on will no more exist, hence the shift. So let me introduce our speakers for the next panel. We have, the first speaker is Dr. Walid Al-Ali. He is the Secretary General of the Digital School, which is why I talked about digital literacy. He is also the Senior Advisor at the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Global Initiative, or Global Initiatives, General Coordinator of the Madrasa eLearning Initiative, and Coordinator for the Dubai Future Council for Humanitarian Aid. He brings extensive experience in strategic planning and digital and educational transformation. He has worked with leading private and public organizations in the UAE, including Dubai holding the UAE Ministry of Cabinet Affairs, the Engineers Office of Sheikh, His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the head of state of Dubai, and the Mohammed bin Rashid Smart Learning Program. Dr. Walid holds a PhD in Project and Innovation Management, a master's degree in IT Management, and a bachelor's degree in Information Security. So we have the right person to kickstart this discussion. Dr. Walid, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. That was quite an introduction. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, partners, good morning.
Good morning.
And I will try to say it right. Habari zi asubuhi.
That's good.
So, I passed the first test. It is a true honor to join you today in Dar es Salaam for this important Ministerial Round Table. I extend my sincere appreciation to the government of Tanzania for hosting eLearning Africa 2025 and to the organizers for convening this timely and strategic gathering. We meet today with a clear sense of purpose. Across Africa, a generation of youth stands ready, full of energy and potentials, yet still held back by limited access to relevant education, skills, and opportunities. But we also meet at a moment of great promise. From digital innovations, digital workforce, AI, the digital age offers us tools to bridge these gaps faster and more affordably, and more inclusively than ever before. At the Digital School and initiatives of the UAE under the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Global Initiatives, we believe digital learning is not a luxury. It is necessity, it is a bridge to hope, to livelihood, and to better future, especially for communities that have long been left behind. We are proud that the Digital School is now active in 20 countries across the world, delivering digital education to learners in different settings. But access is just the beginning. Our focus on relevance, on education that empowers learners and leads to real outcomes. That is the vision behind our latest initiative, the Global Skilled Academies, a model we are expanding in close partnership with African governments and institutions. What makes our approach different is that we start with training. We start not with training. We don't want to offer just training programs, but we start with needs of the industry. We provide it through 8 specialized academies. We ask, where are the real jobs? Where are the real needs? And where are the real demands? And we build programs backward from there with employers, sector leaders, and local institutions to design skilling pathways that align to real job market opportunities. We already did that, and you will see more details about it in the coming talk, but we built partnerships two-way. We work with partners to ensure youth are trained for actual jobs in logistics, construction, education, agriculture, digital economies, and with knowledge partners to ensure that the content is localized, recognized, and relevant. Always in alignment with government strategies and national vision and priorities. And we do this in the spirit of the UAE's broader relationship with Africa, a relationship not built on short-term, but on long-term partnership, shared prosperity, and mutual respect. Today, I'm pleased to share with you that we are deepening this commitment in collaboration with exceptional partner, the Ataya initiative from the UAE Red Crescent. In just a moment, we will hear from the director of Ataya, who will share more about this exciting partnership, supporting local artists, youth entrepreneurs, and creative economies. Excellencies, we believe the future of education must be bold, inclusive, and deeply connected to real-world economies. If we work together, governments, industries, and innovators, we can equip our youth, not just to compete, but to lead. Let us use this moment to align our efforts and move from ambition to action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walid, for this. The next speaker is Ms. Hain Khamis Al-Meharbi. She's the director for the Attire project that Dr. Walid alluded to in UAE. She is an Emirati leader in the field of humanitarian social work. She's the director of the Attire project under the Emirates Red Crescent Authority. She holds a degree in communication technology from the Higher Colleges of Technology in Abu Dhabi. Over the years, she has taken many leadership roles within the organization, including director of the marketing department from 2012 to 2021, where she contributed to elevating the organization's image and strengthening its community and media presence. Since 2021, she has held the Al-Khadir Emirati Crafts Project, a project that empowers the artisans in the UAE and promote economic sustainability by supporting handmade and Emirati crafted products. She'll talk to us about the Skill Ed Academies, the Digital School Africa Skilling Program. Please, you have the floor, Miss.
Hello, hi. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to join you today as a representative of Attaya Project, one of Emirate Red Crescent initiatives, under the patronage of Her Highness Sheikh Shamsa bint Hamdan Al Nahyan, President Assistant for Women's Affairs, which stand as a leading Emirati model in directing community efforts toward sustainable development and empowerment. Attaya is the leading humanitarian exhibition in the area. It offers platform for designers and both local and international entrepreneurs to showcase their designs and products, enhancing their economic opportunities, while also promoting innovation and social entrepreneurship. Since 2012, the proceeds of the exhibition have reached millions of beneficiaries across 16 countries through 36 projects, supporting education, healthcare, and infrastructure. Based on our belief that true giving is measured by its lasting impact. This year, we are proud that Attaya is focused on empowering African youth through digital transformation and education. By building skills, enhancing digital capabilities, and advancing learning, we aim to create a significant leap in access to education across Africa. These efforts extend beyond education. They drive economic growth and improve the quality of life for youth and their communities. In strategic partnership with the Digital School, the proceeds of Attaya exhibition this year have been allocated to support digital learning programs across Africa, accelerating access to knowledge and delivering innovation, educational opportunities. And because we believe that real empowerment begins within communities, I'm pleased to announce for the first time the launch of an international edition of Attaya in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, in partnership with the Emirates Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This edition will provide a platform that brings together an Emirati and African participant to empower creative designers and contribute to economic growth. Excellencies, at Attaya we believe that youth are the drivers of change, and investing in their potentials is an investment in Africa's future. We also believe that digital education and innovation are among the most powerful tools to accelerate this empowerment break barriers, open new horizons for learning and growth, and lead their communities toward digital transformation. Thank you so much. I will leave you with a short video to show our project together with the Skilled Academy. Thank you.
The UAE has become the biggest investor in Africa in the last few years.
Thank you very much for that. Shall we move on? The final speaker in this session is Dr. Mengestab Haile, the Strategic Advisor for the Digital School UAE and the Skilled Academies. So, Doctor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Yes. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, let me start by thanking the Madam Moderator for introducing this. My sincere appreciation to the organizers of eLearning Africa and to the host, the government of Tanzania, Excellency, for convening this timely and important gathering. With over 25 years leadership and operational experience across Africa, including serving as a regional director for the World Food Program in Southern Africa, I now serve as a senior advisor to the Digital School. I speak not only on behalf of a global initiative, but as an African who has worked with governments and communities to deliver inclusive practical solutions. To begin with, I would like to acknowledge and recognize Dr. Walid Al-Ali for his inspiring presentation and exceptional leadership in guiding both the digital school and the global skilled academies. His work reflects not only a vision for inclusive and impactful skilling, but also the long-standing commitment of the UAE to support Africa's development, not as a charity, but as a value-driven partnership grounded in mutual respect and shared prosperity. Excellencies, Africa stands at a defining crossroads. With the world's youngest population and immense untapped potential, the continent is poised to transform, but this promise will only be realized if we invest urgently, strategically, in our human capital. Most African governments are rightly concerned about youth unemployment, and for good reasons. When our young people have no jobs, national stability and security are at risk. And without skills, there are no jobs. So we must equip our people with competencies to adapt, innovate, and lead a rapidly changing global economy. As Dr. Walid emphasized, the Global Skilled Academies Initiative addresses this challenge head-on. It is built on national ownership, informed by local context, and designed to link skilling directly to jobs. It offers a range of skilling pathways from essential livelihood supporting competencies to cutting edge like artificial intelligence, data science, and project management. What makes the Global Skilled Academies unique is it is demand-driven approach. This is not skilling for its own sake. It is about preparing people for real opportunities in the labor market. To that end, the digital school is building strong partnerships such as with CERT and Ataya, who are with us today, to deliver internationally recognized certified programs. At the same time, it is working with local governments, academic institutions, industries, and employers to co-design programs that meet local needs while upholding global standards. To ensure the stability, the sustainability, and lasting impact, we must focus at the national level on 3 priorities. 1, make skilling a strategic pillar for development. Skills development must be part at the heart of every national development strategy. This includes formal education, but also non-formal, vocational, and lifelong learning adapted to evolving market needs. The Global Skilled Academies offer an adaptable model to help ministries of education, labor, ICT, and youth to deliver demand-driven, scalable training. 2, align skilling with labor market realities. Training programs must match real economic demand. Governments, industry, and education providers must collaborate to ensure that what is taught translates into meaningful employment. This alignment builds more resilient economies and creates pathways for youth and adults alike. 3, build an inclusive skills ecosystem. Equity must be at the core. Skilling must reach the traditionally excluded rural youth, women, people with disabilities, and displaced communities. This requires integrated partnerships at local, national, and regional level to deliver impact at scale. Across Africa, numerous skilling and job creation programs are already underway, led by the African Union, NEPAD, ECA, the African Development Bank, and other key institutions. These initiatives are critical, but their full potential can only be realized through greater coordination at the national level. Aligning efforts, harmonizing frameworks, and pooling the resources will reduce duplication, maximize reach, and enable sustainable country-led implementation. The Global Skilled Academies provides a collaborative platform to bring together governments, development partners, and the private sector to build institutional capacity, empower frontline actors, and expand access to high-quality, inclusive skilling. This will require deliberate investment, long-term planning, and a commitment to measurable outcomes. Excellencies, as we chart the way forward, let us embed sustainability, accountability, and long-term impact into every aspect of our national skilling strategies, from design to delivery follow-up. Let us redefine education, not merely as schooling, but as a lifelong journey of learning, earning, and contributing to inclusive national growth, especially as Africa's population expands and economic transition demand agile, skilled workforces. If we act now, we will empower millions with skills that restore dignity and opportunity. We will position Africa as a global hub of talent and innovation. And we will build societies that are inclusive, equitable, resilient, and ready for the future. As we reflect together, I offer 3 questions, honorable ministers. 1, how can we align skilling strategies with evolving labor and economic priorities? 2, what practical mechanisms can strengthen collaboration between government, industry, and educators? 3, and how can we ensure our investments in skills are inclusive, measurable, and sustainable? As Dr. Walid reminded us, the UAE stands ready to partner, and also the digital school. Let us lead this effort with urgency, shared purpose, and a focus on delivering results for our people. Let us ensure that many efforts already underway across the continent converge at the national level to deliver lasting, inclusive transformation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haile. And if you noticed, I did not read his bio. I wanted him to speak first. He's a dear brother, a good friend, and a good scientist, an African scientist of international repute. He is globally respected across the world. He's an expert in food security, climate resilience, geospatial solutions, and digital education, with over 30 years of leadership across academia, the international organizations and systems, and public-private partnerships. He holds a PhD in meteorology from the University of Reading in UK. Dr. Haile currently serves as senior advisor to the digital school, and I think he's the best place to do that, and the Global Skilled Academies of UAE, where he leads Africa-focused efforts in digital education, skills development, and youth empowerment. He works closely with the African Union and AUDA NEPAD to align education and rural transformation initiatives with continental priorities, fostering strategic partnerships that deliver impact at scale. He was formerly the regional director for the Southern Africa region at the UN World Food Programme, and Dr. Haile led cross-sectorial initiatives of food systems, climate-smart agriculture, and geospatial technologies, including the rollout of solar-powered energy hubs, supporting digital learning and livelihoods in underserved communities. Through his extensive network with African governments, the African Development Bank, Afri-Exim Bank, and other institutions, he champions evidence-based policymaking and innovative financing to accelerate Africa's digital and sustainable transformation. So I think that the digital school is very lucky to have a very learned African working with you. Thank you very much. So I think Dr. Haile posed some very important questions, and I think this will be something that our next speaker should pick up on. But before she does that, I just also want to add my own questions. In an AI-enabled world, you need certain technical and data skills, and we'll hear all of that later. But I want to talk in particular about, are there any schools or higher education institutions that are providing these kinds of courses, like programming and software engineering, data analytics and statistics, machine learning and development, cloud computing and infrastructure management, big data? Do they know how to use big data tools? Which universities are those? And can we in Africa seriously think that we are going to be able to leapfrog when we don't have the stepping stones. So with that, let me call on my sister, a very good sister, Her Excellency Ambassador Rudo Chitika is the Permanent Secretary in the newly established Ministry of Skills, Audit and Development, and which is always very fascinating to hear and forward-looking in Zimbabwe. She has held senior management positions in government, civil society, and international organizations, including being Permanent Secretary in the Office of the President and Cabinet, Ministry of Women's Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises Development in Zimbabwe. As Ambassador of Zimbabwe to France, Spain, Portugal, and the Vatican, and permanent representative of the member of the Executive Board of UNESCO and UNWTO. She's currently a member of the Governing Board of the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning. She's a policy, gender, and development expert with over 30 years' experience in strategy and program development and management in the fields of adult education, gender mainstreaming in development, and gender mainstreaming in development programs. She has regional experience in adult education, institutional capacity development, and women, peace, and security. And she's developed programs to strengthen capacity of women's voices, women's rights in organizations and civil society, in post-conflict programs and policy development, and holds a master's degree in policy studies, a postgraduate qualification in adult education, and a degree in sociology. Distinguished participants, honorable ministers, let me introduce Her Excellency, Madam Rudo Chitiga, to comment and be the commentary for this session on lifelong skills. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Ida. Honorable Minister for Education in Tanzania, our host, representative of UNESCO, Mr. Toto, my former colleague, honorable ministers here present, development partners and partners to these initiatives, the founder and organizer of eLearning Africa, Rebecca, and your team. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And my role is to comment. And my greatest fear came when I heard Dr. Haile's questions, because these are the questions I ask myself every day. And I try to ask these questions on how can we align skills to government strategies. And whenever we look at strategies and policies that come every day out of different ministries, we always check for the section that says skills, and we find skills are not there. There is a big section on resources, the budget that we require for doing different things. So the whole area of skills development has not yet been integrated in the way we do business. We believe as long as you are educated with a certificate, you can do it. But things have changed. The digital age requires that we know exactly what competencies one brings to the table. Every degree, every qualification should really be trade tested so that we know what one brings. And when you do, universities provide the, the prospectus. They tell you that at the end of 4 years, you will be awarded a degree. It does not specify that at the end of the 4 years, you will have the following skills and be awarded a degree. Right now, so the certificate still is important. And until we change our mindset from the certificate, we will not be up to date with the digital age. There is still in Africa the preoccupation, and I think in all our countries, we have those parts which translated in my language, we sort of say Nyoka School, which is the school in the most remote areas where the children learn under a tree with something. And the ambition is build a school. We still have the ambition of buildings. And all our PSIP projects and everything talk about buildings. They do not talk about platforms for learning. So until we move from the buildings to platforms for learning, I passed through my old university the other day. Yeah, there are cranes, they are building something. Is this still time for building? Is it time for platforms and creating platforms for learning? So as long as our mindset and our imagination of education is still in the old education, we cannot catch up with the digital age. Because that mindset also talks about a 4-year process of changing curriculum or developing a new course. It's now a 4-week program. It's now a 4-week process of developing a new course. And other countries are now creating these agile systems of developing curriculum that enable them to always be not really a step ahead, but somewhere a step behind the technological changes. So our whole systems of education, beginning with the early school, need to change. I was in a place, in a country where they said, we no longer waste children's time. I said, what does that mean? They're supposed to be in school. Once we developed, we understand, we find a child with talent, and the Honorable Minister did talk about the issue of spotting talent and providing spaces for talent to innovate and for talent to be nurtured and to progress. Those are things that we now need to allow these pathways for talented people to follow. And if we are still insisting that you do 7 years primary, then 6 years this, and then this, we are missing the chance, because I'm not sure Zuckerberg has a degree. Maybe he does. But it's important that we identify and do the unusual. This technology is disruptive. Are we open to be disrupted? Or we are protecting our spaces, our jobs, our certificates and who we are? Because then I'm a professor, I was at Harvard. How can I now start a disruptive program where things work differently? And I think that is one of the key challenges that we have as policymakers. And then when you look at education, in the past, education talked about youth, and we still include and emphasize on youth in our speeches. But now we all have to look at lifelong learning. We are now all learners. And until we also see ourselves as learners, we will continue to look down on people and think of them as beneficiaries. But we are all supposed to be upskilling, reskilling on a lifelong basis. Our institutions need to provide us those spaces and those opportunities for learning. And therefore, learning is no longer just for education, it is to adapt. Last week we had a meeting on jobs of the future and looking at the impact of AI. And one of the people who came to criticize us with universities, industries, and others, and they asked, where is the informal sector? You are in a country where 70% of the economy is informal. And you left out the informal sector who do e-commerce, who do money, M-Pesa type. Yeah. Who are doing, so they are in fact ahead of you. And until we discover and create platforms and products that cater for the different constituencies in the countries in terms of the digitalization, we will continue to remain behind and then revert to a comfort level of primary school, higher education, and all that. You have talked about the issues of data availability, the issue of content, the issues of electricity. But now with renewable energy, some of these excuses are falling off. Now the competition, in my country now we have Starlink, and all of a sudden villagers have solar panel, Starlink panel, and data and internet. Is it just for entertainment to listen to YouTube videos, or it is now for economic development, for social development and awareness? Those are the areas where you now need another institution to be looking at and creating those areas. There are now universities that are training in these big things of computers, machine learning, AI, and people now have degrees in AI. Where we were last year in Rwanda, there are many Zimbabweans who are doing master's degrees in AI. And so there are quite a number of universities all over the world. Some are introducing it as recent, but it's at university level. Before then, you don't hear AI. So the problem is it should start at the primary level in computer learning and all that. And then you do the degree. But the innovation is starting at university level. And those people who know that by then the brain is a bit old. The brain starts early. And so the introduction to computers, the introduction to digital learning needs to start very, very early, from an early age. And investment, rather than creating a building, we could buy many computers and introduce platforms of learning. I think one of the areas that we also need to look at, and I am glad there was the proposal that we really need regional cooperation. Yesterday, I think it was the French president said Europe is now going to attract tech experts. Free visa, free ticket, free everything for tech experts. Said, because China is, the only reason why China beats everyone is China is tech. All the scientists we have in Africa can be found in one village in China. So the capabilities and the competencies needed abound. And that's why America can never compete. So the Europeans have said, we are going to do tech visas. I was in Turkey, and they are doing tech visas. So the Africans are going to leave. Which country is attracting Africans with tech visas and professorships and all that to come? And we need a hub in Africa for this innovation and to strengthen our own tech abilities. Maybe not for the whole continent, but even using our regional economic communities. We need to really develop strategies where we have a hub and where we can begin to attract. I'm sure people would love to come to countries in the sun where there are wild animals, people are polite, and this Yeah, this is heaven. And we should be able to attract people to come from all continents of the world. And I think the biggest challenge is among us educators. What we learned before has changed. What we learned in terms of organizing education has changed. We need to accept it and begin to look at different ways of organizing education. The children we have in school today will be in jobs that do not exist at the moment. And so our knowledge is now just to competence we need is to facilitate. And this competence of facilitator is the hardest to create, to acquire and to have. So this is a challenge for us all, but we really need to work together as a region, to benchmark, learn from each other, sit down with each other and change, because if we are going to wait, we will continue to be consumers of technology, and the consumer of technology has no place at the table. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Very, very well said. There is also something happening on the other side of the world, and that is also very real as a result of this whole digital skills base. What is happening now is that let's take a country like Britain. You don't have physical banks anymore because everything is online. And the jobs that these high-end financial services have, they offshore to India because it's cheaper. It's cheaper to have a data analyst based in New Delhi than it is to have a data analyst from the UK. So they're starting to worry about what the implications are when you have high-end jobs and you're skilled in the UK, but you're too expensive. So this is what the industrialized world is facing right now, whereas we are starting from the bottom of the food chain, so that there's going to be some kind of a tectonic shift in terms of some of these things. But the interesting thing is that why India and why not Tanzania? Do you see what I mean? So this is where Africa should be, its mindset should be, that we should be creating a workforce that can serve the rest of the world, because there's going to be a shift. And that is where the vision of education has to be. It's not business as usual, but it's the work of tomorrow that our educational systems have to address, and that is the bottom line.
The gig economy is here.
The gig economy is here. Yes,
and we now have to educate for the gig economy, not for these jobs with business cards.
Okay. Thank you very much for this interesting session. I would like to bring this to a close, and we break very briefly for coffee and refreshments and tea. And I've just been informed that MRT, those with MRT badges will go to the Kilimanjaro lounge upstairs. For coffee? Yes. Do you want us to continue, Rebecca?
No, let's go to... No. I thought the coffee was outside.
No, they were saying we'll go for... Yeah, okay. But if it's outside, it's all the better. So we'll be back exactly 11:15 to continue. These are very, very crucial topics, so we need to go through them, and we need to be back punctually. Thank you very much. Okay, the coffee is right in front of the foyer here.
On the right-hand side.
On the right-hand side, so we don't have to go too far. Just so that we can get back in time.
Someone gave
Please.
Ida a note. Someone gave Ida.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sticking to time. We're a little bit behind, but we'll make up for that. The next session is extremely important also because it looks at artificial intelligence readiness for Afrika. We know how this is transforming the future of work. We've already alluded to that in the skills development aspect. And we have some speakers that will speak to this. But let me, by way of introduction, talk about building AI readiness in Africa. The top AI-ready African nations in 2024 includes Seychelles, South Africa, Mauritius, and Tunisia. But then most countries are ranked well below 100 globally. An example is my own country, Ghana. It attracted $35 million in AI investment, most of it from outside, between 2021 and 2023, compared to South Africa's $965 million since 2014. So the disparities in investment is one of our weaknesses as a continent. Egypt and Tunisia have multiple AI strategies, but then, again, some countries lack national frameworks, including the governance gap. So this session is going to be very critical in us looking at Africa's AI readiness. And the first speaker is Mr. Poncelet Ileleji, who is the CEO of Joko Labs based in Banjul, the Gambia. He's no stranger to the ICT world. In fact, he's one of the doyens of the ICT industry on this continent. He's highly experienced ICT and institutional development expert with comprehensively 25-year tenure in this field. His professional engagement has been centered on leveraging ICT as a pivotal tool for sustainable development. Throughout his career, he has actively participated in various ICT initiatives, research endeavors, and capacity building programs. Additionally, Mr. Ileleji has served as the lead and CEO of Joko Labs Banjul, contributing significantly to the organization's leadership and strategic direction as its founder. He has demonstrated his expertise as a consultant across diverse projects in Africa, focusing on ICT for development, learning technologies, education, internet governance, and health informatics. In 2021, he assumed the role of National Education Consultant for Digital Skills in the Gambia, contributing to the World Bank's Digital Diagnostics Report. Concurrently, he conducted the ICT investment profile for the sector in the Gambia, Burkina Faso, and Guinea-Conakry on behalf of the World Trade Center, the ITO, and the West African Comprehensive Program, WACOMP. However, he's served as the country coordinator for the World Bank Links Program in Banjul from 2001 to 2005, a World Bank-funded initiative showcasing his sustained commitment to advancing all these initiatives. Please, Poncelet, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ida, and honorable ministers and delegates to the 17th eLearning conference in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. First, I would like to just make a comment on what Ambassador Mabel Chitinga said earlier on in terms of capacities and skill development. And I want us all critically first to look at the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. It came into effect in 2021. And if we look at what is going on in the continent today, and we look at our union, since it became a union in 2002 in July, from the OAU to the African Union by Thabo Mbeki, and you look at today, what has really made us digress has been lack of free movement of our people. Nations that are leading the way in AI readiness today are those that have opened up in Africa. Kenya, Rwanda, free movement. Once we have free movement of people, our Gen Z population will be the catalyst of growth. And that is why I've tied my presentation to AI readiness and the Africa we want, aligning with the African Union Agenda 2063. I will start by saying, let us look at how many African countries are 100 years plus today. We have Ethiopia, 1980 BC. Then from there, we have Liberia, 1847, which has digressed because of political instability. Then we have South Africa, 2010. Then we have Egypt, 1910. And then we have Egypt, 1922. So you look at only 4 African countries are above 100 years old. It says a lot. Our African Union in 2063 will be 100 years old. Most of us here won't be around at that time. It will be our children, some of us our grandchildren, that will be steering the affairs and will be running this eLearning Africa. So we have to really look at where we are coming from and look at that as our union is looking at seeing what will happen in 100 years' time. Our thinking and our mindset should reflect that aspiration. So let us look at the context of where we are. Africa stands at a pivotal moment in leveraging artificial intelligence, AI, to drive socio-economic transformation in line with the African Union Agenda 2063, a strategic framework aiming for prosperous, integrated, and peaceful continent by 2063. And one of the first aspirations of that agenda is a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. And it ties with the goal 2, which is education. So you'll see we are not far-fetched in what we do. What we have failed to do is that we have very great policies within the African Union, and we never implement them or domesticate them at a national level. So I will look at first the key aspirations: inclusive and economic growth and sustainable development, good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, peace, security, and a strong cultural identity, empowerment of women and youth. We look at today, Zimbabwe, for example. We have Christy Coventry. People forget she's now leading the OIC, the International Olympic Committee, IOC, the first woman and first African and most successful African Olympian. And we look at what Zimbabwe overall has done within the SADC region in terms of education. You can compare it to what Sheikh Anta Diop University has done with education in what was then colonial West Africa, and Makerere, what it has done. So when you see all these 3 universities I've mentioned, and you relate it to now, you discover that our young people are not really allowed to move. And when they are not allowed to move, we stifle innovation, we stifle growth, and we lack the number of teachers, because teachers from Ghana can be today helping people in Djibouti, in Somalia. If there's Portugal has Estonia, they have become digital nomad countries because they are able to attract people from all over the world, especially the European Union. Our current states, we have an AI strategy in Africa, a continental AI strategy that was adopted in Accra, in Ghana. Apart from that, several African countries have gone to create their own AI strategy before the African continental strategy. Egypt, Mauritius, Rwanda, Kenya, and Nigeria is about to, if they have not done so. So we have to understand that our continental AI strategy is very important for us to domesticate it. Recently, in April, it was mostly young Africans that took the bull by the horn to organize the first AI Global Summit in Kigali, in Rwanda. It's not surprising they chose Kigali, because any young African, any startup, whether in edutech, fintech, agri-tech, could just jump on a flight knowing he or she doesn't need visa to get to Rwanda. So it was highly attended by a lot of young people. So we have, for us to move forward, we have to understand that AFCFTA, our Continental Free Trade Agreement, should be fit for purpose for our young people who will drive AI readiness in this continent. But talking about AI readiness, we should look at the three aspects that what make AI. The last one is what a lot of people are concerned about, the ethics and standards. But for me as an African, I will tell you the first one that concerns me is the data. We don't have enough data. You know, as Professor Ronald Kwasi said, the late British-American economist, torture the data and it will confess to the truth. So we need to torture our data more. We need to look at the data we have in terms of our educational system. And when we look at that data, we'll understand why and where we are today. A good example is broadband connectivity. Broadband connectivity is still less than 40% in the African continent. Our honorable ambassador mentioned about what Starlink is doing. A lot of people might not like Elon Musk, but the reality is that Starlink has been a game changer. You should ask, anytime I talk to my Ukrainian friends that I went to school with years back in Manchester, and they tell me what Starlink is able to do for them with the current situation happening in the world. So imagine every village being able to connect through community networks. Our children will be able to compete with any child in Japan or China. China is doing so well today because of internet access. So we cannot promote AI readiness when our kids and our schools are still suffering from the basic thing in terms of digital public infrastructure, which is access to the internet. So, sectors that AI can really support. I will focus on education. I'll give you an example with a woman people might consider illiterate in the African context during the COVID in my little Gambia. And she used to sell fish. And she came to talk to me. She called me during the COVID in the local language that she's thinking of, since people are not allowed to go to the market only once a day, she's going to be sending images of all her types of fish on WhatsApp to all her customers. And then you select and she sends a driver to drop it in your house. She started this in July 2020. Today now she never goes to the market. She still continues that. So you see that despite the heartbreaks we all faced economically during the COVID pandemic, a lot of disruptive innovations have taken place. And you need to look at our communities, our various communities. We have a lot of examples. There's no African household today without a smartphone. What they suffer is meaningful connectivity. And if our teachers get meaningful connectivity, the classrooms will be open. People like UNESCO that promote open educational resources will get more open educational resources to our schools, and it will make our children to be better and our teachers to be more proactive in providing learning outcomes. I will talk of 5 areas that I feel our AI continental strategies aligns with the Agenda 2063. 1, harnessing AI benefits for development. Building AI capabilities and skills. Minimizing risk, ethical and security and legal challenges. That one is very important, but when we have less than 25 African countries adopting the Malabo Convention on cybersecurity and personal data, it becomes a big problem. Because if you look at the European Union as a good case study, the General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, all countries have adopted it in the EU. It makes lives easier. You can even have the right to be forgotten if you don't want to be found on the internet. You have that right in the EU. And our digital footprints, a lot of our African governments, because they don't know or are scared, they are not able yet to adopt this personal data. And today we know the importance, especially with AI, and that's why the ethics is important. We saw what deepfakes did when Taylor Swift, it became an issue that then President Biden had to talk about it, you know, and all those things will happen. So we have to look at the 5-year plan with a call for action on infrastructure, on policy and capacity building. And the infrastructure has to be our digital public infrastructure. We have to fast-track universal access of the internet in our various communities. Botswana has a very good example, and we should learn from each other. It's very important. Key insights. AI and hybrid learning are tools and outcomes that depend on their responsible use. Africa must develop localized AI models reflecting its languages, culture, and learning styles. We have to reflect that in our learning outcomes. Governments should invest in teacher training, digital ethics, and infrastructure to ensure AI supports critical thinking and aligning with African values. When I'm talking about, you remove the data, you remove the pre-processing, because what does AI do? It tries to better human intelligence, reasoning, decision-making, and of course, when that is involved, we use machine learning to understand the data. Because when we understand the data we are working with, we make informed decisions and informed choices. Some of the strategic pathway forwards that I think we should do: expand reliable broadband, power, and data centers. What we see Kenya has done with the stuff it has done, although people talk about digital sovereignty, but with Microsoft cloud computing, you see a lot happening there, and that's why Kenya is leading the way in terms of startups and innovation. We have to scale up digital literacy. We saw the examples earlier on today, what UAE, they are doing with that, and that involves a lot of collaboration. So we have our colleagues here from UAE, and I think we can learn a lot from them. We have to strengthen our governance, and that is adopting the Malabo Convention. Sometimes it's hard, but you look at it. I always tell my African colleagues, especially our ministers of digital economy, that don't adopt it. I said, all of us indirectly, we adopt GDPR. Everybody has a Gmail, a Yahoo, a Hotmail. So you're adopting someone from the European Union. You don't want to adopt your own local personal data protection, which, if you look at it very well, the Malabo Convention, its strengths are more than the GDPR, because, you know, naturally, Africans, we are very conservative, so we make sure that we try to close things well. So we have to look at that well. We need to foster collaboration, and that is why I talk about Afrika. We should really try to promote visa-free policies within ourselves. And it will make our young people, you know, I look at young people trying to do stuff around the continent. One thing that has stifled them, it's easy for them to become digital nomads in Estonia or Portugal than being a digital nomad in Mozambique or even Tanzania, because of our robot visa policies that doesn't enhance free movement of people. We have to promote inclusion, ensure women, youth, and marginalized communities are central to our AI strategies, because we look at the continent, women are the ones we can really learn from. If you talk of financial literacy, most of us, our basic financial literacy started with learning from our mothers. So we have to do that a lot. In conclusion, I will say, an Africa where AI accelerates inclusive growth, empowers citizens, and preserves cultural heritage, realizing the aspirations of Agenda 2063. We should look at that agenda very well, and our call of action should be African nations must take ownership of their digital destinies, invest in local talent, ethical AI, and collaborative innovation for a prosperous future. And I will encourage everybody to read because the United Nations, during the Pact of the Summit, they adopted the Global Digital Compact. They also adopted you have the Governing AI for Humanity, the UN document, and it really touches on all what we are here for today, because at the end of the day, for us to be AI ready, it has to be ethical. And once we really study what is the ethics of living within this technology world that we also live in fear, we will know that we can improve the learning outcomes of our teachers and our young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Poncelet. Very succinct, but very clear in terms of what we do have to put in place for our AI readiness. The other thing is that there are, one of the things that we notice is that there's a lot of fragmentation of AI initiatives, and scaling that up is going to be one of the key strategies going forward. The next speaker is Ms. Nancy Abraham Sumari. She is the Executive Director of the Jiunge Hub, a tech non-profit transforming education for underserved communities in Tanzania through innovative programs that leverage digital tools, inclusive design, and locally driven solutions. She is reimagining learning experiences for children and youth across the country. Nancy works at the intersection of technology, education, and social impact, collaborating with governments, schools, and grassroots organizations to close the digital divide and make learning more engaging, accessible, and equitable. Nancy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Honorable ministers, esteemed distinguished leaders, esteemed colleagues, it's a profound honor to speak before you today on a subject that not only defines the future of education, but I think will determine the future for our children. Artificial intelligence holds promise to redefine how education is delivered and it's experienced. But let us be clear, the impact of AI in Africa will not only be determined by algorithms or devices, it will be determined by us. The choices we make about inclusion, ethics, and ownership. Africa is the youngest continent in the world. More than half our people are under the age of 20, and we live in bustling cities, and we live in remote villages. We learn in more than 2,000 languages. Some of us walk miles to reach to school, others in silence, because some of these technologies may not necessarily speak our language. So when we speak about AI in education, the question is not only what AI can do or technology can do, but it will be about who it sees, it will be about who it listens to, and who it leaves behind. Let me begin by where we see this promise. In Tanzania, our team at the Jiunge Hub has developed the Kalimani app. It's an AI-powered tool that uses animations to translate text and speech into Tanzanian Sign Language. It gives deaf children access to foundational literacy in our own language, and therefore this is not just about innovation, it's about dignity. We've also seen platforms like Smart Class that's piloted here in Tanzania, and it adopts how students respond to math and science questions, and it allows our teachers to understand not only how the students are learning, but how it is that they're experiencing the academics. We've also worked with girls in underserved areas through our Girls Can Code program, training them in coding and machine learning so that they can also shape AI and not just consume it. But even as we build, we are facing real challenges. Too many AI models do not yet understand African languages, our accents. Many data sets used to train educational AI exclude African children altogether, for example. We risk building tools that reflect someone else's idea of what we can and should learn, not our own. Too often, our infrastructure doesn't necessarily match our ambition. Internet gaps, device shortages, digital tools just still don't reach the last mile. And then there's the question of data. Who owns it, who protects it, and who benefits from it? So then how do we move forward? I offer these three principles here today. First, localization. AI must be trained in our languages, mapped to our curricula, and grounded in our realities. Tools like Kalimani, and also those that are owned by the Tanzania Institute of Education's digitization initiative, are showing that this is possible. Second, inclusion by design. We must not just build for our learners, but with them. Children with disabilities, girls, rural students, let them test these tools. Let's let them help design them. That's how we will create technology that serves everyone. And third, ethical ownership. Our governments will lead, but not just as users, but also shapers of AI policy. Partnerships with institutions such as the Commission of Science and Technology here in Tanzania and community innovations hubs remains essential to build continued trust and long-term value. So AI will not just positively transform education in Africa, unless we make it so. But if we act with intention, with wisdom, courage, and compassion, we can create a future where every single learner is seen, heard, and empowered. So let's not settle for just catching up. Let's lead. Build an artificially intelligent Africa, shaped by our African values and powered by African innovation. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing some of the work that your Jiunge Hub is doing, and congratulations. This is very impressive. The next speaker is Dr. Hiba Saleh, Chairwoman of the Information Technology Institute of the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology in Egypt. She is, the ITI's mission is to develop human capital to actively contribute to the Egyptian ICT sector as well as the international market. This is the result of extensive experience she has gained in the field of human capacity building and development. Ms. Saleh holds a Dr. Saleh holds a bachelor's degree in engineering from the University of Cairo, a master's degree in computer science from the University of Louisville, USA, and a PhD from the University of Sunderland in the UK. From the course of 20 years of successful professional experience and as a key contributor in the field of human capacity building and development, she has played a pivotal role in the design, formulation, and implementation of several national strategies for capacity building in the ICT sector. At the African level, she's one of the first leaders in the sector to pursue strategic cooperation with African countries through the establishment of mutual partnerships. This was carried out within the framework of preparing and qualifying human resources and enhancing the capacity of African governments. She is a member of the Computer Science Committee of the Supreme Council of Egyptian Universities. She has published numerous research and scientific papers in the field of business intelligence and data mining, with a focus on capacity building frameworks and models. Please, Dr. Saleh.
Thank you, Dr. Ayn. Good afternoon, everyone, honorable ministers, esteemed delegates and guests. Thank you very much. Honored to be here representing the Egypt's Minister of Communication and Information Technology, conveying his greetings and appreciation for the efforts from Tanzania to host such a vibrant and important platform. Personally speaking, I'm happy to be with you today for 3 reasons. First, this is my first time in Tanzania. It's such a beautiful country. I've been always looking for visiting this. First time for be a part of eLearning Africa, the biggest, vibrant, energetic platform for eLearning. Thank you very much. And really thrilled to share with you after the 2 sessions that I've attended so far, what I would call from inside the kitchen, what we are doing when we are talking about AI learning journey, what we are doing in Egypt, and how we managed to weave in AI into concise and practical training skills that paved the road for impact that could be assessed in terms of employment. And when I'm talking about employment, I'm talking about classical employment, I'm talking about online and gig economy, I'm talking about MVPs that pave the way for the next generation of entrepreneurs. So how we manage at ITI to weave in this AI big buzzwords and talks and initiatives and policies and to turn it into action, to really address the answers of the questions of AI impact on job market, what kind of skills we are talking about, how change the level of competences for our youth, and of course, as a learning institution, how we are embracing AI as a part of our learning. It's not only teaching AI, it's a part of changing the equation that will empower us not only to embrace a new trend, the fancy talk about technology, but to prepare for the next generation who is looking for a new kind of learning journey. So I will take you through a quick journey about what we've been through in the past 2 years, and maybe my friend will help me in switching from this slide to the next one. So before diving into the details of the journey itself, this photo is representing a quick glimpse about ITI, which I'm honored to be a part of. And I decided to put on the same uniform so that you can recognize me. This photo is about a few months ago, we celebrated graduation of 8,000 talents. 8,000 top performers' talents graduated from different faculties. We are not talking about engineering or computer science. Of course, they are there. We are talking about graduates from Alson, from literature, from GIS specialists, for example, from education and pedagogical backgrounds, from talents who are in love with animation and games. So a few months ago, we managed to graduate and celebrate 8,000 talent with 85% of employment in around 32 different tech specializations. So here we are talking about Internet of Things. Cybersecurity is a word, but beneath this simple word, there is Academy for Forensics, Academy for Malware, Academy for the Infrastructure. So it's very important to make sure that we know where we are heading. As an institution, we are doing this because we are affiliate to MCIT. So we are contributing to a comprehensive framework of initiatives put by Egypt to make sure that from the supply, we have around every year 700,000 graduates from universities. 200,000 are specialized and getting from engineering, computer science, and commerce. So this is a pool that we are well aware of and keen to address. From the demand perspective, we've been working with my teams at MCIT in different files. Team concerned about encouraging startups and entrepreneurs. Team is concerned about attracting more of FDIs, more of international players to take Egypt as a hub for their operation. Maybe if you are following the news, in the past 16 months, Egypt witnessed the presence of new players in the market, such as PricewaterhouseCoopers, Capgemini, Deloitte, and the more is yet to come, looking for not only tens, looking for thousands. And they will not be there without making sure that we are securing their immediate and middle and long-term plans with continuous pipeline of talents. So they are not looking for fancy building, luxurious building. They are looking for abundant resources, quantity and quality of talents. So as ITI, we've been doing this in Egypt for 32 years now. Our establishment back to 1993. And the simple equation of this 85% of employment prior to the graduation of this cohort wouldn't be feasible without paying attention to the demand from the market. And by the demand, we are again talking about the classical, the freelancing, the remote working, and the offshore accounts that we are targeting to come and to open our doors for them. So it's very important to understand the demand. It's very important to reflect the demand in a way that will respect neutral kind of skills we are injecting and embedding in our curriculum. It's not a technology provider-driven program. It's a neutral technology driven by a number of technology providers in a way that will leverage the impact on employment of our kids. So Definitely, we are injecting these programs in the format of from 5 months to 9 months. That's what we are doing, from 5 months to 9 months, fully funded scholarships. The investment coming from the government. But they are giving us very aggressive assessment when it comes to the KPI, the assessment of this investment. So it's very important to share with His Excellency by the end of the year, this 8,000 crowned in the number of percent of freelancing, percent of classical jobs. A few years ago, the buzzword and the crazy word of AI is there, so it was very important to make sure that how we will embrace it. And again, how we will embrace it as a technical skills, how we will embrace it as a learning institution. So, next please. So it was important to start again with the simple magical equations that we've been through since 1993. Everything is changing, yes, but the methodology is the same. Starting with the programs, it's very important to know that AI is not one size fits all. Artificial intelligence is about creating and managing and handling this big giant beneath this technology. The AI engineer who will be able to maybe create and take open source engine and to deal with it, customize with it, localize it in a way that will benefit our needs. But it's not them. It's not AI engineer only. AI is intervening in the other job profiles like GIS specialist, like instructional designer specialist, game designer, software developer, Java, .NET, open source. All of them needs to pay attention to what kind of skills we need to inject. Cybersecurity is very important. So it takes a lot of time when it comes to planning. But we accepted this 80-20 magical rule. Let's move on, because technology is not waiting for us. And we enjoyed our affiliation to MCIT, so we are enjoying this kind of tolerance and this kind of expectation for errors. And by the end of the program design, by the end of this period, we injected with the running cohorts, adding another indicator for the first time, because startups was taken care by other teams from MCIT affiliates. For the first time, we are injecting MVPs as a new indicator, thanks to the easiness, thanks to the beauty of AI tools that it will empower and raise the appetite of the kids to have their own applications. So once we've finished with this design, it's a lot of story, a lot of details, but the important thing, the other face of the coin was how to work in parallel. Technology, again, is not waiting for us. In Egypt, we are talking about 700,000 graduates. We are talking about 27 different governorates. So the population, the youth, are looking for, tasting from what we are availing. And what we are availing in terms of the classroom will not be exceeding more than 10,000 in capacity, in physical capacity. So in addition to buildings, we start moving to building platforms as well. So Maharatech was the national e-learning platforms just for specialized programs, mimicking what we are doing inside the classroom to have it to digital twin this experience over the online platform of maharatech.gov.eg. But we took into consideration that we need to avail some of the content for the kids, and some of the contents for juniors, and some of the contents for the civic people and the different peoples inside their work, because this is for, we usually say that this content and this knowledge should be for everyone. So this is for targeting passionate learners from 9 to 99 years old. Everyone who is looking for taking part of his opportunity, he needs to exert efforts. So our role was to avail the right content and to make sure that it is, some of it are with English transcriptions, some part of this content is with sign language to address another population segment. So moving from 8,000 graduates to 600,000 enrolled learners through Mahara Tech was another impact that we were happy to achieve. It wasn't enough. Again, you remember the facet of tasting AI as a part of the learning, as a part of the school, as a part of digitally twinning what we are doing on the ground to have it in the cyber world. So starting from the classical student affairs who usually give the learners this advice about what kind of career and what kind of job opportunities and what kind of different skills I need to pursue, capitalize on my passion and capitalize on my background as well. So it was very important to use this experience and to mimic it and to build it as an AI-based solution, AI career advisor, and to avail it through the platform. Another features related to the learning process itself, summarizing the content. Before digging into this 3 hours video, I need to have a glimpse about it to decide whether to pursue or not. So AI solutions and RAG application and software developers who we were lucky to prepare helped us in doing this, crowned by matchmaking and shadowing interview. Please give me this avatar to taste what kind of skills I've gained so far. So instead of booking with Hiba is not there, let's do it with an avatar. So this is a roadmap for the pillar that is related to tasting AI-powered features. And some of it, around 60%, are already there and published. We are working on, by the end of the third quarter of this year, to avail most of the rest of the features and to connect it with the rest of the content, because all of them are applied now on the content related to instruction design and e-learning specialities. Next, please. No, I think I'm out of time, running out of time now, so I will leave you with a call for action. From what I've heard so far, I think the whole world is suffering and talking about the demographic population crisis. And we all know that Africa is rich with the talents. Africa needs more than what we are doing now. So I'm sure that we will not mind to share what we do have in terms of experience, in terms of the content itself. But Hiba is some of it in Arabic and some of it in English. We need to localize, and we need to have this 2,000 language. I think I wouldn't be able to say it now with the beauty of AI capabilities. I would say that we can localize the content. We don't need to start from scratch. We can localize the content and avail it so that everybody can enjoy it. E-learning is the Netflix of education. It's not one size fits all. It needs to enrich and to share and to together give feedback and reflect for the best of our youth, for the best of our countries, and for the best of our beloved continent, Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eva, for this interesting aspects. I think the 8,000 people that you've trained is only the tip of the iceberg, and it's only the beginning. Because in skills development, globally, Egypt rose 17 points, reflecting the efforts that your government has put in place. And for me, this is where a national AI strategy becomes important, because you guys are going according to the national AI strategy, and it's very impressive. Also, you're a regional leader as a country, both in Africa and in the Arab world. And what I have been following is an AI-driven application that the University of Alexandria created to detect diabetic retinopathy. And for me, these are the practical things that can be done by our institutions of higher learning And that is a very good example. And I think that we should really get to understand countries such as yours, how the AI strategy is being rolled out and the impact it's having as a result. And also, you are one of the countries in Africa at the forefront of building a data infrastructure. So data, through an IFC partnership, there are centers that are being developed. So all of this is encouraging. Well done, and thank you very much for your presentation. So let me now call on Ms. Dorika Andrew Chapene, who is an experienced project management and development consulting professional with over a decade of expertise in monitoring, evaluation, and learning, business development, and strategic consulting. Her work spans multiple sectors, including education, governance, climate resilience, agriculture, across various African countries, including Tanzania, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, and Uganda. Where Ms. Dorika? Yeah, all right. You have the floor. Do you want to? Yeah.
Thank you so much for such an opportunity, and I would like to also thank the former presenters on AI. I am Dorika, I've been already introduced, and I work for AIforeducation.org, and this is a global initiative that works to make sure that AI potentials improve learning in education. So we are working in low and middle income countries, specifically in Pakistan, India, and sub-Saharan Africa. And why do we choose to work in low and middle income countries? It's because we have seen that the digital gap keep on growing. So what we do, I have heard of course, from one of the presenters that are we ready for AI? Of course, my organization, what we do is we are trying as much as we can to contextualize what is happening in high-income countries to reflect the low and middle-income countries. For instance, we are trying some of our AI product, to be offline because, there's a limit infrastructure in terms of connectivity, internet connectivity, and things of the like. But what we do, which is the main work stream, is we do quality assurance. We test and we shape AI products. So there is evidence that shows that most of our AI products, they have scaled out. They are reaching millions of students, in this case, specific education sector. They are reaching teachers and students, but they have no evidence of improving learning. So this is a big challenge, especially in African, because we are now adapting this AI, large language model, AI products, without even having a knowledge if these things works for us and how best we can contextualize. But we're also helping, for instance, currently we are helping the government of Kenya refining the AI adoption strategy. And also we are working in Sierra Leone. We have developed a chatbot where teachers, inspectors can communicate because we have a challenge. I know some of the people that are in the education sector, some of the schools are not being visited for a number of probably years, depending on the places. So we have now in a testing phase, we are testing to see if sometimes a teacher and inspector can communicate through that platform. You really don't need to visit, like you have inspectors have sometimes loads of school that they cannot reach out, but currently now they can communicate with the teacher. I have maybe 10 schools or 100 schools. I can communicate, I can train them. You don't need to like having a continuous development trainings. You can be trained through inspector and teacher through that platform. And we are trying to make it offline, like if there is no internet, let's say in some of the remote area, they can still communicate, because this is also depend with the data that you're feeding. In Tanzania, we are about to launch. We have already started. We are in the preparation phase. Voice AI. We want to come up with a reading assessment, early grade reading assessment tool through Voice AI, and this we'll do by contextualize. We will not using some other data. We will use data from Tanzania children from 5 or 6, depending with the grade they are, from grade 1 to grade 3. We'll take the data, then we'll process the data, and then now we will not have issues with assessing, like going somewhere physically to assess the reading literacy level of a child, and this will use in Swahili language. So this will be solving this problem of, okay, we don't have fund to do different assessment. So on daily basis, even the teacher can use the AI model that will develop through that to assess the reading level of their children or students.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sorry to have to rush you, but since this is a Ministerial Round Table, I wanted to take questions from the floor from the ministers. And given the time, we have room for 3 ministers. Yes, representative from Cameroon is one. Do I have any more before I give her the floor? Mauritius? Okay, so we have Cameroon first, followed by Mauritius. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor, and thanks to all the previous speakers. They have really ignited a spirit in me that I was hoping to come and get fired up here. I am particularly interested in the way by which we really effectively want to have an inclusive e-learning for those who are in the minority. How do we effectively intend to make sure that AI reaches those who are blind, those who are in the heart of the villages? I am the Secretary of State in the Ministry of Basic Education, which deals with, young children. And every village in Cameroon has at least 2 primary schools. But then accessibility has remained a problem. The cost of even providing the solar systems have remained a problem. I am wondering whether we can propose something, or we can learn from the experience of others who have successfully done this and would feel that at the present time, almost 60% or 70% of their population, including the minority groups, have access to what we are talking about here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The distinguished delegate from Mauritius, please.
Thank you, Chair. Given that I'm speaking for the first time, I would like to thank our host and all our ministers present here. And on behalf of my minister who could not make it, I would like to extend success to this forum. I rather have a question for us to ponder. Artificial intelligence readiness for Africa. We are ready, yes, on paper. Are we ready mentally? Because I represent Ministry of Education. The moment I start talking about AI in my ministry, the teachers start looking at union, I'm losing my job, because AI told them that 50% of them will be thrown out. This is what AI told them. The second thing is, do we really have commitment from the topmost of the government? Do our ministers, forgive me for saying so, do our ministers, prime ministers, president, understand that there's no two ways about it? AI is the solution. There's no two way. So if they don't know, we need to teach them some AI. The other thing is, how do we deal with the resistance at all levels? Not only policymakers, but those life which we affected. I was from Ministry of Health previously, and my doctors told me, you know what, I'll be replaced. I said, really? If AI will operate on me, I don't want to be interested to be dying in front of AI. I'd rather die in your hands. So all these are resistance, things which are affecting our daily life. Do we have a master plan for Africa to train all my stakeholders where vulnerability is the essence? I'm vulnerable. Everyone is vulnerable. Madam Chair, forgive me for saying that. You could also be replaced very soon. So these are things we need to talk about and be honest about it. Are we ready? If we are not, let's put a time frame. Are we talking of 1 year, 2 years, 5 years? But after 3 years, madam, we are no more in this IT world. So our long term is 3 years. Let's talk about midterm, 1 to 3 years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Delegate from Mauritius. It's interesting because of the 10 top AI countries, Mauritius is one of them. So perhaps you could give us some insights as well.
I was giving you inside information, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. The last speaker is the Honorable Minister from Mali. Vous avez la parole, Monsieur le Ministre.
Merci bien, Madame. Je voudrais remercier les autorités tanzaniennes qui ont préparé ce travail, cet accueil. Je voudrais féliciter toutes les interventions que je viens d'entendre et évidemment ceux qui en étaient l'auteur. J'ajouterai qu'au Mali, il y a une politique de digitalisation des administrations publiques. Il y a une politique générale, elle est menée de façon forte. C'est même une lame de fond qui touche les établissements scolaires en particulier. On a parlé d'intelligence artificielle. Il y a un centre d'intelligence artificielle et de robotique dont la première pierre a été posée en 2023, dont la directrice, une enseignante spécialiste d'informatique, pilote actuellement le comité de digitalisation de l'administration publique. Et mon ministère, le ministère de l'Éducation nationale, a présenté son projet, c'est pas un projet, ses réalisations en matière de digitalisation récemment. Donc c'est un travail de fond qui est mené en ce moment au Mali. J'ai entendu, c'est mon voisin de l'île Maurice qui a dit « Sommes-nous prêts ?» Je peux répondre par l'affirmative. Oui, nous sommes prêts, nous y sommes. Je pense que l'IAI fait l'IAI. L'intelligence artificielle fait peur. C'est peut-être légitime cette peur, mais enfin c'est une peur qui doit être contenue. L'avènement de l'intelligence artificielle doit être mis à profit pour faire des avancées décisives dans notre façon d'enseigner dans nos pays. C'est extrêmement important. Tout à l'heure, la jeune intervenante qui est passée a parlé d'écoles isolées. Le problème est très crucial au Mali. C'est un pays extrêmement vaste, 1 200 000 km², avec des problèmes d'insécurité, qui fait que des écoles, certaines sont fermées et d'autres sont ouvertes, mais avec beaucoup de difficultés. Moi-même, j'étais récemment à Menaka, à Kidal, dans des régions dont on parle de façon négative à l'international, mais où l'État est présent. L'État est présent. Le travail qui s'y fait, c'est un travail certes difficile, mais c'est un travail dont les acteurs sont déterminés à poursuivre les objectifs et à les atteindre. Voilà ce que je peux dire. En matière de digitalisation, réellement, c'est une lame de fond qui est en marche au niveau national, au niveau du Mali. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I will call on Mr. Poncelet to respond to all three interventions.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll first respond to the honorable lady from Cameroon. I think when you look at the situation in Cameroon, like in most parts of rural Africa, we realize that we have a big digital divide. And unfortunately, Cameroon is one of those countries that you have places like Starlink that don't have a license to operate. But the good thing is that within your regulatory agency, you have the universal access policy, whereby you can work with the regulatory agencies to get them to at least set up community networks, whereby players can come together. In these places, as you said, they have 2 primary schools in each location. And with these community networks, it's not only the primary schools that are benefiting, but also the informal sectors. And then you have a very good startup community in Cameroon, whereby you can get them to create local content designed for appropriate use of them. And with AI today, we are able to create humanoid robots using generative AIs to be able to do a lot of the things you want to do with early childhood education. So there's a way around it, but there has to be a synergy between what you do at EBC level and your regulatory authority, which work with the mobile network operators for that to operate. So that's my little contribution. It might not answer all your questions, but I believe that with stakeholders working together with equity, it can happen. In terms of the gentleman from Mauritius, I believe, your country is always cited as #1 in AI readiness in Africa. And we should realize that if you look at 2006, Time Magazine, if you go back to 2006, Time Magazine gives Person of the Year as you. And you come today, that was 2006, because the you was people creating content. And you look at 2006, and I dare say that 2024, 2023, even the years of the COVID up till now, has been you, because most of the things we are talking today has been created by humans, good, bad, or ugly. So we have to look at AI as a tool. It will not replace human intelligence, because at the end of the day, I always tell people, if you want to give a very good example of how you can train a model, look at your dog, if you have a dog. The same species of dog, different people will train them, and there's different outcome. So it depends on how we train the data, and in Mauritius, you have a very robust strategy, and that is what the African Union AI strategy modeled after. So I don't think there's a problem. Where the problem comes, like I was talking to the Permanent Secretary of Education at your ministry, and he complained about deep fakes. There's a lot of revenge porn happening. So we have to, and that's a different ballgame, So there has to be firewalls. There have to be online safety in schools. We are lucky we have the people from the digital school here in UAE. You check their platforms. All those are things that are well protected. So we have to have within our spaces that we know that online safety is key. And a lot of people wonder about that, but it's not just about bringing the infrastructure, but it has to be the safety elements. for what is happening in Mali, I think is tremendous. The startup industry is doing well. And what I will encourage, because you have your submarine cables coming from Cote d'Ivoire, and when you look at what is happening, like I was in Timbuktu 2 years ago, you discover, I saw a madrasa, that's an Islamic school, and they were using technology, e-learning, from the university in Casablanca. You know, and you wonder, but you look at it, that you ask yourself, why Timbuktu? But Timbuktu used to have one of the first African universities, if not the first. You know, traditional African universities using the madrasa ecosystem, and a lot of things can be learned from what you guys are doing. And the local ecosystem, especially promotion of local languages like Bambara and Mandinka, that are used in rural areas, has to be incorporated in your digitization program for marginalized communities. Because people forget that it's not English, French, or Portuguese, or Arabic, but we have our indigenous languages. Tanzania is a very good example of how Swahili has been adopted, and that's the problem we have in a lot of parts of Africa, whereby we have not really put our lingua into our system to go online. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Poncelet. There's a lot of information there, and I think that it would be interesting for us to take this outside of this this environment. But yes, definitely Mauritius for us is one of the countries that we look to. I was personally involved in the creation of Afrinic, which was a data center, because we realized when I worked for the UN that data was going to be a huge challenge for Africa in terms of even leapfrogging the ICT revolution, even then, way back then. And so we put together Afrinic, and Mauritius generously offered to host it, simply because no other African country at the time could. You had the infrastructure, and you continue. You are one of the countries that have successfully deployed 5G. So there's a lot to be happy about, but yes, we take on board some of the skeptics and some of the challenges, as always. Yes, we realize that. Okay, thank you very much. We're moving on, actually, to the centrality of data. The last session, where we want to talk about the centrality of data. We know that without data, our preparedness or readiness is going to be compromised, as we've all talked about, and there's a real problem. You know, Africa collectively as a population, we are 15% of the world's population, but we have less than 1% of global data centers. And hence one of the reasons why we created Afrinic in that time, because we needed to make sure that we had that kind of capacity. I know that IFC is investing in a number of countries at the moment, countries like Ethiopia, Angola, and Uganda. There's a 150 million World Bank initiative that is modernizing data systems in Congo and in Gabon as part of the 900 million regional effort. So data underpins the digital economy. Without that, it informs decision-making, it drives AI and supports service delivery. And we cannot insist and stress this fact enough. It is absolutely critical. It is the infrastructure on which AI will ride on to deliver or tame, or that you can tame, because the only ability you have to own AI and to make sure that AI serves your interest is to have data. Otherwise, you will be using AI and it will be someone else's data for someone else's needs, and therefore it won't serve you. So it's imperative that we get that right. So without further ado, let me invite the first speaker, who is with us, Dr. Ellen Wagner, all the way from the US. She's an educational technology innovator whose career encompasses roles as tenured professor, successful entrepreneur with 3 exits, senior executive at 5 software companies, including Adobe Systems, Adobe, and NGO executive director of 2 international professional associations. At WICHE, she led the Institutional Membership Association of WCET, where she co-founded the Gates-funded Predictive Analytics Reporting Framework, later acquired by Hobson. Now managing partner of North Coast Advisory Services, LLC, she advises on digital transformation and emerging learning technologies. Dr. Wagner is affiliated with UCF's Mixed Emerging Technology Integration Lab and serves on several prestigious boards, including the Kirwan Innovation Center and the OEB Global Advisory Board. Dr. Wagner, you're most welcome to Africa and Tanzania. You're no stranger, we know, but karibu, and you have the floor.
Very good. Thank you, everybody. Honorable ministers, leaders, colleagues, hopefully friends. It is a lifetime honor for me to be standing here in front of you today, to be able to share some of the experiences that I have had that our kind speaker told you a little bit about me. Even as I listen to what I was doing, I think sometimes this is obviously a person who has a problem with her attention span. It seems as if I have moved from academics, being a professor, being an administrator, until I was challenged at one point to actually do what I was teaching about. And that's when I jumped into working in software companies. And I mention that not because I thought that the software company experience was itself so great, although it certainly was an experience unlike anything I'd had. But what it has done, as you've heard from the different experiences I've had, I have been a professor, I've worked in education, I've been in software, so I have learned some of the tricks of business. I've worked in the policy arena, because ultimately when you do this work, you must turn it into something. And so it's with that I just want to come back to the centrality of data. Because it's everywhere. It is around us. We can't do a thing about it. It inspires us. It terrifies us. We wonder if it's going to hurt us. We try to regulate it. I was involved in a debate just this past December where, in fact, the motion before the House in the debate was that we were going to restrict the use of non-essential student data because of privacy and power issues. And that raises additional questions for me. How will we innovate if we don't have the information to inform us of where we want to go? What's been interesting to me, though, is that the focus seems to always be on the data because we don't understand it. And my challenge to all of us, and the opportunity for all of us, is to flip the conversation, because I don't think that we have a data problem so much as we have a people problem. Because truly, most of us really have no idea what to do with this stuff. And we talk about it at a high level because we will have people around us help us take care of what has to happen, and they will help us make our decisions. And the scary, scary thing for all of us is, with AI upon us, there is no place to run and there is no place to hide. We're all going to have to figure this out together. I've been looking at some of you who have been talking, we're smiling across the room with that knowledge that the time is here for all of us to stand. And one of the things I will tell you is that I am so excited and personally relieved to hear the energy in the room, to take the opportunity to grab it and to run with it, because that's the time to get things done. And it is in that context that I actually want to refer you to some of the remarks I was hoping to make, but I'm mindful of time. I actually took the opportunity to write a paper for you. There is a link in your materials. It's called Navigating the Data Capabilities Spectrum, a very formal-sounding title. But in fact, what I'm really talking about is a very simple fact. In every one of our organizations, Whether we're a school, whether we're a business, whether we're an agency, we're all going to have to be far more data literate than we are right now. And it's going to be us taking responsibility for our own literacy, because without that, we can't make simple decisions. Some of the points in data literacy that you will find in the paper will be talking about the conceptual understanding that everyone in your enterprise must be able to demonstrate. Because without that common foundation, the ability to turn these ideas into things that matter to organizations is challenged. But let's talk about another layer of activity that must go on. In addition to data literacy, there's this notion of data proficiency. Data proficiency is the leadership imperative. To be data proficient means that you are able to take information in your organization and to turn it into something meaningful, to turn it into a plan, a curriculum, a policy, to be able to translate the information from specialists into something that you can use in your own organization. So the notion of being proficient, not everyone in the organization will need to be as proficient as you are, but I would challenge every one of us in this room to realize we are the ones who must be proficient with taking the information we have available to us and turning it into something for our stakeholders. Well, so how does that happen? Well, it means that all of us need to find the people that we have been talking about, those data specialists, who are the ones that we will all depend upon, because they are the ones who are going to be the ones to help us do the analysis, to figure out what data to collect. You know, I'm hearing we need more data. Well, yes, we probably do, but we probably also need better data, more targeted data, the data that will help us get the things done that we need to get done in our work. Because ultimately, you can have all the data in the world, and it won't matter if it doesn't help you solve your problems. So with that, I just want to, a brief little story, sort of an inspirational thing. What I've been really enjoying is hearing the interest in what I would call a coalition of the willing. Everybody in this room is willing to do something different. Everybody wants to grab that opportunity. Bringing everybody together to do that makes things a little bit easier. You heard a brief mention of the fact that we did do a very, very large data project thanks to the funding that we got from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So I want to just tell you a little story about that. One of the organizations that I was leading was an association of 400 universities in the United States that were involved in online and distance learning and had been doing this for years and years and years. They were the people starting to work with the data, because in online learning systems, you know, there are all those platforms, all that technology. Every keystroke is a piece of information. So all this information has been gathered in our learning management systems and in the various other IT systems. And so I had several of my members come to me and say, Ellen, we think we can build a data set where we're going to be able to find all the students in our schools that are going to be at risk of dropping out. Well, that's a pretty powerful statement. But I had many, many people telling me that this would work. So we made a little trip up to Seattle. We went to the Gates Foundation, and I presented this to some folks, along with some others. And they listened very patiently, and they said, oh, no, you probably can't do that. And we said, yes, we believe we can. We believe we can. And then we had people present the facts on why we thought we can. And we were then presented with this opportunity. They said, okay, you've got 6 months, and you've got $1 million. And if you can prove to us that this works, well, maybe we'll listen to what you want to do with it. And we had 6 months, and we scrambled like little crazy people. And we realized that we could take our school's data systems and put them into a single federated data set, anonymized, of course, and de-identified. But what we were able to do is to create algorithms that would allow us to find the students at risk. The statistics really weren't that complicated at this point, but we had to figure a lot of things out. I'm watching my time here so I don't go over on the story. We created a data set that started off with about 600,000 course records, and over the period of a few months built it up to almost 1 million. Started doing fairly simple statistics, but we were able to find 10 factors that seemed to make a difference in students dropping out. And we went to present this to both the Gates Foundation, but to the institutions we were working with. And the strangest thing happened. They looked at us in shock and they said, well, that's great, but what are you going to do about it? And it was at that moment when I realized that the data itself was the means to the end. The end that was really to be the point of the work was to focus on student success, finding the things that would actually make the students drop out of school and then getting those barriers out of the way. And once we realized that the data was the means to the end, the rest of the conversation really became a much easier conversation to have. And it underscored for all of us that what I was talking about earlier, about the competencies and the abilities, not for the people we serve, of course we're bringing that to the table, but the reflection on how much we must be the leaders of doing the new work ourselves. So I would challenge all of you in this spirit. If you haven't yet had an opportunity to spend much time with the generative AI tool, do yourself the favor of trying it out. But don't ask it for a big complicated thing. Ask it to write a poem. Ask it to write a story for you. Make it yours, because the secret to AI is going to be that it's not something that will be done to us. We're the ones that are going to be driving that particular revolution when we do it, because it will be the combination of the people and the machines making it come together. So it's exciting times. I am going to be watching and listening to all of you with amazing intent and excitement. I wish you the best in the work that you're going to do, and I can't wait to be a part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wagner, for inspiring us, and we will indeed take on the challenge. There's a lot to be done, but you have made it, simplified it, so we know how to go about it. Thank you so much. The next speaker is the respondent. We have Honorable Nomalungelo Gina, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of South Africa. She is an outstanding leader, as you can see, a committed public servant, and a passionate champion of education and economic transformation. Born and raised in South Africa, her life journey reflects resilience, dedication, and unwavering commitment to serving the public. Growing up in the rural village of Ndedwe, in Emakuluseni, she faced and overcame significant challenges as a black rural woman with a partial disability. She defied the odds to achieve remarkable success, serving as an inspiration to many. Her academic journey began at Inanda Seminary School, where she obtained her National Senior Certificate. But driven by a passion for education, she pursued a teaching degree at the University of Zululand, which she completed in 1992. She later advanced her studies in management from the University of Witwatersrand in 2015, and she earned another master's in public management from the University of Venda, and is currently pursuing a PhD in public administration. A true leader, I must say, Honorable Gina. So you began your professional career as a teacher, serving diligently in the King Seswayo district in KwaZulu-Natal, and of course your commitment to education and community upliftment have led you to actively be involved in the South African Democratic Teachers Union, where you've had several roles. Honorable Minister, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much to you, Doctor, our Program Director. Let me greet all the ministers here, greet all our officials that are here, our ambassadors, our high commissioners that are here. Let me just summarize and say good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. It is really a pleasure to be part of this eLearning African Ministerial Round Table. And as South Africa, we are really honored to be here, to have sat and heard all the presentations. For me, there is so much that we are learning as the country, but also what is important is to say when we gather like this, as the continent, there's so much that we need to share. Before I even touch on what I'm here to say, I was excited when my brother from Mauritius was asking the question as to say, are we ready? Then seated here, my mind galloped and said, are we ready? But I came to the conclusion as to say, we are more than ready. As the continent, we have to be ready. Our gathering here, it's for us to say, we are ready. We might not be there where we want to. The paradigm shift, our working on our mind. There's so much that we need to do, but we are ready. We need to be globally competitive. We need to talk to those careers of the future. We need to prepare our continent to take part in that. But basically, my answer to that is we are ready, despite of all the challenges that might be there. We must sit around here, discuss, and look at the challenges as to say, how can we confront them for us to pave a way forward as the continent and say, there we are as the African continent. This is what you are bringing to the globe. So we are ready. I'm just here to respond and say, just to share a little bit on what we are doing also as a country and how can we contribute towards the development of the continent and how can we best share our experiences as we are here. I just want to start by saying, as the country, South Africa, for now we don't have a national policy on e-learning. But however, there are several policies and initiatives that we have to promote the digital education, and I'll just mention one or two of those that are chief amongst others. In 2004, we came up with a white paper on education. This policy was one of the earliest one that government came up with in the efforts to promote e-learning in South Africa. It aimed to equip schools with ICT infrastructure, to improve digital literacy among teachers and learners, and to integrate e-learning into the curriculum. Remember, I said it came into being in 2004. However, in the implementation part of it, we have been very slow as a country. Amongst other things, there were challenges that we have been faced with, and seated there, I know that those are some of the things that we can share and say how best, even in other countries within the continent, we can work towards that. One challenge that we are faced with is the infrastructural challenge. Another one is the cost of data, which remains the major obstacle in e-learning in South Africa. But as the government in South Africa, we did not sit back and say these are challenges and there is nothing that we can do. There are several initiatives that we came up just to try and mitigate the challenges that we had. The first one, we came up with South African Connect project, which is led by the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. What was this South African Connect project doing? It aimed at connecting all the public schools and other government sites to the internet. We have made strides there to say what is it that we can do to mitigate. Also, the ICASA regulated the zero rating of public benefited rated websites, which means users do not have to pay for accessing a certain website through their mobile data. This is a policy that is aiming at increasing the access to online information and resources, particularly for those who may not be able to afford the data cost, of which I will touch on that because it does affect us, and I know it affects a lot of us through the continent. The South African government introduced in 2012 the National Digital and Future Skills Strategy to develop digital competencies among citizens. This strategy supports e-learning by promoting digital literacy, online safety, and the use of educational technology to enhance learning outcomes. We all agree seated here that data is central to the function of e-learning platforms. Other underlying technologies and infrastructure are crucial, such as cloud computing, large data storage infrastructure, AI and machine learning, mixed reality and digital twins, and cybersecurity and blockchain. For the sovereignty of us as the African continent, we really need to build these digital capabilities that we have as the continent in these areas that I've just mentioned. In South Africa, the department that I come from, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, we have taken the initiative on this, and in South Africa we have identified 5 technical or natural science domains in which to build digital capabilities, and these are, the first one is artificial intelligence, robotics and cybernetics. 2, mixed reality or digital twin. 3, modeling and simulation. The 4th one is blockchain and cybersecurity. And the last one is the Internet of Things, cloud-to-edge computing networking. The research is focused on building capabilities, less on application development. And I want to ride on what Dr. Ellen was just saying. He said we need to have data proficiency. So that is why that research is aimed at building those capabilities so that other departments, other sectors can then plug in and say, what is it that they do to develop the application after that? We always say, and I always say, that is the best part of us as seated here when we say we are the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. Ours is more on research and development so that we create that conducive platforms for everyone to plug in and say how best can we see our continent rising. So for me, I always say, when it comes to education, when it comes to science and technology, the research that we do, we are the backbone of everything that happens in our countries and in our continent, so that we create that conducive platform for them to be able to thrive. We are the enablers, and that is why we have decided to invest more on building the capabilities of our country than building the capabilities of the continent through the collaboration that you are going to be having from this platform. We recognize the use of the emerging technologies, such as blockchain, in the education space. Blockchain technology is increasingly being adopted in the education sector for various innovative data-enabled applications, which include academic credentials verification by creating records such as academic transcripts and credentials on blockchain. Again, in South Africa, as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, we are supporting South African National Blockchain Alliance, which is a decentralized, collaborative network connecting the key players across the sectors in South Africa. And we support them in a number of proof of concept in the use of blockchain in the logistic, supply chain management, when you go to agriculture, micro-credentials and education, and in so many other sectors. Can I just touch on one case study that I want to share with you? That it's one of the highlights when it comes to the power of data in education. Several case studies highlight the power of data in education. One of them that we have come up with It's what we call the Data-Driven Districts Program, the Triple D program, which was launched in 2012 through partnership between the Department of Basic Education and the Michael Susan Dell Foundation. This Triple D program aims to improve pupils' performance by increasing the quality, the availability, and the usage of education data. The implementation involves collecting school-level data from South African Schools Administration and Management System, that is the South African SAMS, and visualizes it on the Triple D dashboard and the web-based reporting and analyzing tool. This Triple D project dashboard provides the real-time attendance, the assessment, and the progress data from all over the 22,000 schools that we have in the country, helping the education officials make informed intervention and decision. And it has been tried and tested. It's making the work of the schools a little bit easy. And I wanted to make this example just to emphasize the criticality of data, the centrality of data, and to prove that it's something that can happen through the challenges, out of all the challenges that we might be having. Also, recognizing the centrality of data in the digital economy, one of the programs funded through the Foundation Digital Capability Research platform is the Center for Artificial Intelligence Research, which is a distributed South African research network with 10 established and 2 emerging research groups across the public universities that we have. Again, as I'm mentioning such, for me it says, how do we build our continent? How do we make sure that with the bases and the basics, the infrastructure that we are trying to develop as individual countries, but this does not only benefit one country. What is it that we can do, all of us, to collaborate and make sure that we have a muscle as the countries? What is it that we can do to say, how best do we share on the infrastructure that our countries have developed? How can we all work together to make sure that our continent grows? When we come to the national policy on data and cloud, South Africa has a national policy on data and cloud, which is a framework aimed at efficiency management and utilizing data through cloud computing technologies. Its key principles include: 1, accelerating the rollout of digital infrastructure to ensure fast, secure, and reliable broadband connectivity. Secondly, to ensure data privacy and security. Also, to promote open data and data interoperability and adopting a cloud-first approach, and also capacity building and skills development to encourage the adoption of cloud technologies and data management practices across all sectors. There is a recognition that data sharing across different jurisdictions can be beneficial to the country's economies. South Africa is part of collaborative economic development initiatives like the African Continental Free Trade Area, where we are saying the African Continental Free Trade Area and its digital trade protocol aim to boost intra-Africa or intra-African trade, particularly in digital goods and services. This is achieved by establishing a unified regulatory framework for digital trade, reducing barriers and promoting interoperability between digital systems across the continent. And we really want to emphasize that without us doing that, without us coming up with those regulatory framework, it will be difficult for us as the continent to make sure that we reach there and we realize even the goals of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that we celebrate and say we are going to be making and reaping fruits out of it. South Africa has several legislation, policies and regulations that concerns data and related matters. Two most amongst are the following. One is the National Cybersecurity Framework Policy that was developed, acknowledging the cyber threats that could undermine the national security and economic stability. And I know everyone who have been touching on the issues of cyber security. We have tried to come up with something, but still needs to be developed, and we can share the experiences on that. And another one is the Protection of Personal Information Act that came into being in 2013, that is well known and famous and known of as the POPIA. This was enacted to safeguard personal data in an increasingly digital world, ensuring that personal information is protected from exploitation and misuse, of which it's one of the scary parts. Again, that goes back to the question as to say, are we ready? Most of the people seem to be afraid as to say, we are opening up ourselves, but those are some of the regulations that we have put in place just to protect the information so that people can engage and not be scared on what we are doing. South African government also funds the National Integrated Cyber Infrastructure System, which is implemented by the Council of Science and Industrial Research, that is the CSIR. We are trying to come up with a lot of interventions there, which we are trying to promote scientific and industrial development through the provision of high-performance computing capabilities, provide high-skills connectivity and advanced networking capacity, and also the Data-Intensive Research Initiative of South Africa, which implements services that enable sound data management practices and support efficient data-driven scientific and engineering discoveries. This is also funded through the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, funded the National eScience Postgraduate Teaching platform. As I drive towards my conclusion, Program Director, really, as the continent, my parting shot will be, let us communicate with our regulators in the African countries, communication regulators, in making sure that we use our authority to force all our telecoms company to commit to the zero-rated charges data for education-related data cost. It will enable us as a continent to reach where we want to reach. Also, as African governments, we must make international technology companies like Microsoft, Google, IBM operating in African countries to commit to equity equivalent policies, which compels them to invest in local research, transfer skills to local tech SMEs. And we have tried to do that in South Africa. If we can all come together and make sure that we make them commit, I can assure you things will change, and there's so much that we can reap out of it. So for me, let's continue again, Program Director. Let's support the African Union Continental Free Trade Intelligence Strategy of Science. If we can support that strategy as the countries in South Africa, I promise you there is a lot that will benefit as a continent and will take our continent to the map and will be globally competitive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, and your recommendations are well noted. I think that from the beginning of this morning, from the opening and welcoming remarks to your presentation, I have written down seven key strategic policy recommendations. And they are: 1, expand infrastructure to support AI and data readiness, including local data centers and robust internet access. promote regional alignment in AI strategies to increase funding and policy coherence, integrate global benchmarkers, e.g. AI readiness indices, into national planning and monitoring. So far, the indices that are used to monitor and measure AI readiness in Africa is done globally. We ourselves don't have our own way of monitoring and measuring our progress. So we are subject to the indices from outside. So I think this is a very strong, important aspect. The benchmarking has to be adapted for African interests. We need to integrate digital and data skills into national education agendas. Very important. We need more so to allocate budget and policy attention has to be paid to AI readiness, assessments and pilot programs. So far, we're all adrift. You have projects here and there. There isn't a coherent national movement in this regard. And we need to strengthen public-private academia partnerships. Here, the universities are critical and key. They are the bastions of so many things, including being able to become data centers to support the whole process. This tripartite partnership is critical to scale digital capacity building. And lastly, we need to support innovation ecosystems that nurture local talent and promote indigenous knowledge systems. As Poncelant said, there are certain prerequisites that have to be in place to be able to nurture innovation ecosystems. And all of this have to be put in place. So with that, I would like to recommend that we end on these strategic points and close the 17th session of the Ministerial Round Table. The next is that we have a photo session. I think it's in this room. And then we will have lunch at the Kilimanjaro on the second floor. And after lunch, there will be bilateral meetings with organizations, Pan-African and international stakeholders. So there will be all these meetings that can take place based on what you've heard today. Thank you very much. Can we have everyone on stage for the group photo, and maybe they can remove the dais for us to give space? Oh. Can we all move towards the podium, please? Please, please. Your